Departing runway 22, advise on initial contact, you have information Bravo. Bandaranaike Airport, status information Bravo, time 1106 Zulu, wind 300 at 6 variable between 270 and 350, visibility 5, temperature 31, dew point 25, QNH 1009. Remarks, no pattern work, no light aircraft accepted at this time, use of departure and arrival procedures recommended. Landing runway 22, departing runway 22, advise on initial contact, you have information Bravo. Bandaranaike Airport, status information Bravo, time 1106 Zulu, wind 300 at 6 variable between 270 and 350, visibility 5, temperature 31, dew point 25, QNH 1009. Remarks, no pattern work, no light air... Bandaranaike Ground, November 228 Golf X-Ray, ready for pushback with information Bravo, requesting runway 22. November 228 Golf X-Ray, pushback approved, tail to the north. Taxiing to runway 22 via Papa, Alpha, Air India 8663.
Bandaranaike Ground, SriLankan 963, ready for pushback with information Bravo, requesting runway 22.
SriLankan 963, pushback approved, tail to the east. November.
Pushback approved, tail to the east, SriLankan 963.
Pushback approved, tail to the east, November 329 Tango Foxtrot. Bandaranaike Ground, SriLankan 17 Hotel, ready for pushback with information Bravo. SriLankan 17 Hotel, hold position. Holding position, SriLankan 17 Hotel. Bandaranaike Ground, November 228 Golf X-Ray, ready to taxi to runway 22 with information Bravo. November 228 Golf X-Ray, taxi to runway 22, contact tower when ready. Taxiing to runway 22, November 228 Golf X-Ray.
Bandaranaike Ground, SriLankan 963, ready for taxi to runway 22 with information Bravo.
Bandaranaike Ground, November 3. SriLankan 963, Runway 22, taxi via Papa, Alpha, contact tower when ready.
Taxiing to runway 22 via Papa, Alpha, Sri Lankan 963.
SriLankan 664, pushback approved, tail to the north. Pushback approved, tail to the north, SriLankan 664. November 228 Golf X-ray, give way to aircraft ahead. Give way to aircraft, November 228 Golf X-ray. SriLankan 963, give way to aircraft on your left.
Give way to aircraft, Sri Lankan 963.
Bandaranaike ground, SriLankan 17 Hotel, ready for pushback with information Bravo. SriLankan 17 Hotel, pushback approved, tail to the east. Pushback approved, tail to the east, SriLankan 17 Hotel. Bandaranaike ground, SriLankan 664, ready to taxi with information Bravo. SriLankan 664, runway 22, taxi via Papa, Alpha, contact tower when ready. Taxiing to runway 22 via Papa, Alpha, SriLankan 664. Bandaranaike ground, SriLankan 321 India November Heavy, ready for pushback with information Bravo. SriLankan 321 India November Heavy, pushback approved, tail to the north. Pushback approved, tail to the north, SriLankan 321 India November Heavy. Bandaranaike ground, Singapore 984, ready for pushback with information Bravo. Bandaranaike ground, A330-300, request taxi to gate B11 at the apron B. Singapore 984, hold position. A330-302, taxi to apron B gate B11 via Charlie. Taxiing to apron B gate B11 via Charlie, I-302. A330-300, taxi to Upran VJ B14 via. Taxiing to Upran VJ B14 via, I-302. Thank you, I-302. Bandaranaike ground, SriLankan 321 India November Heavy, ready to taxi with information Bravo. SriLankan 321 India November November
Bandaranaike Tower, SriLankan 963, ready for departure at runway 22, departing straight out.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 22, November 329 Tango Foxtrot. SriLankan 963, your number 3 for departure.
Roger, SriLankan 963.
Air India is 663, thank you, good day. Air India is 663, frequency change approved, good day. Frequency change approved. Air India is 663, good day. Bandaranaike Tower, November 228 Golf X-ray, ready for departure at runway 22, departing west. November 228 Golf X-ray, line up and wait runway 22. Line up and wait runway 22, November 228 Golf X-ray. November 228 Golf X-ray, line 310 at 6, runway 22, cleared for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff, runway 22, November 228 Golf X-ray. November 329 Tango Foxtrot, request frequency change. November 329 Tango Foxtrot, thank you, good day. November 329 Tango Foxtrot, frequency change. SriLankan 963, hold short of runway 22.
Holding short runway 22, SriLankan 963.
November 228 Golf X-ray, thank you, good day. November 228 Golf X-ray, frequency change approved, good day. Frequency change approved November 228 Golf X-ray, good day. Bandaranaike Tower, SriLankan 321 India November Heavy, ready for departure in sequence at runway 22, departing east. SriLankan 321 India November Heavy, you're number 3 for departure. Roger, SriLankan 321 India November Heavy. SriLankan 963, line up and wait runway 22.
Line up and wait runway 22, SriLankan 963.
Bandaranaike Tower, SriLankan 664, ready for departure at runway 22, departing east. SriLankan 664, hold short of runway 22. Air Canada 451, exit runway when able, contact ground on the taxiway. Wilco, Air Canada 451. Holding short runway 22, SriLankan 664. SriLankan 963, line 310 at 8, runway 22, cleared for takeoff. SriLankan 664.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 22, SriLankan 963.
SriLankan 321 India November Heavy, hold short of runway 22. Holding short runway 22, SriLankan 321 India November Heavy. SriLankan 963, frequency change approved, good day.
Frequency change approved SriLankan 963, good day.
SriLankan 66, cleared for takeoff, runway 22, SriLankan 664. SriLankan 963, you're in an active airspace. Please contact Jakarta Center on 127.0.
Jakarta Center, Sri Lankan 963, with you at 39,000.
Singapore 69, requesting to divert to Singapore Changi. SriLankan 963, radar contact. Singapore 69, do not exceed Mach 0.81. Do not exceed Mach 0.81, Singapore 69. SriLankan 963, do not exceed Mach 0.81.
Do not exceed Mach 0.81, Sri Lankan 963. Sri Lankan 963 is 26 nautical miles northeast of Rantau Prapit at 39,000 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi.
Singapore 69, requesting descent to flight level 370. Singapore 69, descend and maintain flight level 370. Descend and maintain flight level 370, Singapore 69.
Sri Lankan 963, requesting descent to 2000. Sri Lankan 963, correction, stand by. Sri Lankan 963, requesting descent to flight level 370.
SriLankan 963, descend and maintain flight level 370. Jakarta Center, SriLankan.
Descend and maintain flight level 370, Sri Lankan 963.
SriLankan 321 India November Heavy, radar contact.
Sri Lankan 963 is 53 nautical miles east of Rantau Prapit at 37,000 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi.
Mike Alpha Lima Lima uniform, radar contact. Mike Alpha Lima Lima uniform, do not exceed Sri Lankan 963, contact Kuala Lumpur Center on 127.0.
Contacting Kuala Lumpur Center on 127.0, Sri Lankan 963. Kuala Lumpur Center, Sri Lankan 963, with you at 37,000.
Sri Lankan 664, descend and maintain flight level 240. Singapore 2109, reduce speed to 250 knots. Reduce speed to 250 knots, Singapore 2109. Descend and maintain flight level 240, Sri Lankan 664. Singapore 762, please expedite altitude change. Turn left heading 220, descend and maintain 12,000. Singapore 762. Singapore 762, turn left heading 180. Kuala Lumpur Center, Sri Lankan 963, radar contact. Do not exceed Mach .80, Singapore 373 Super.
Sri Lankan 963 is 49 nautical miles west of Kuala Lumpur at 37,000 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi.
Oscar Kilo Lima Oscar Lima, contact Singapore approach on 124.6. Contacting Singapore approach on 124.6, Oscar Kilo Lima Oscar Lima. Thank you, good day. Sri Lankan 963, unable to provide services to this airport at the moment. Proceed on course. Singapore 21
Roger, Sri Lankan 963.
Kuala Lumpur Center, Singapore 21 Heavy, with you at 41,000. Singapore 762, continuous south. Kuala Lumpur Center, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, with you at 38,000. Continuous south, Singapore 762. Red Cap 708, turn left heading 160 and hold over Alama at 14,000. Left turn, do not exceed 230 knots. Turn left heading 160 and hold over Alama at 14,000. Left turn, Wilco, Red Cap 708. Mike Bravo Alpha Lima Delta, turn left heading 150 and hold over Alama at 14,000. Left turn, do not exceed 230 knots. Red Cap 708, turn left heading 160 and hold over Alama at 15,000. Left turn, do not exceed 260 knots. Turn left heading 150 and hold over Alama at 14,000. Left turn, Wilco, Mike Bravo Alpha Lima Delta. Singapore 762, descend via arrival. Turn left heading 160 and hold over Alama at 15,000. Left turn, Wilco, Red Cap 708. Descending via Alam 1 Alpha arrival, Singapore 762. Singapore 21 Heavy, requesting descent via Taboo 1 Alpha arrival. Singapore 2109, turn left heading 110 and hold over RUSCU at flight level 190. Left turn, do not exceed 260 knots. Singapore 127, turn right heading 120 and hold over RUSCU at flight level 180. Left turn, do not exceed 260 knots. Turn left heading 110 and hold over RUSBU at flight level 190. Left turns, Wilco, Singapore 2109. Singapore 129 Kilo Echo, turn left heading 210 and hold over Alama at 16,000. Left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. SriLankan 861 Heavy, descend and maintain 12,000. Golf Oscar 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 Delta, turn right heading 160. Turn right heading 160, Golf Oscar 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 Delta. Kuala Lumpur Center, Cathay 161, with you at 2100. Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, do not exceed Mach .81. Do not exceed Mach .81, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. SriLankan 861 Heavy, continue as filed. Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super is 5 nautical miles south of Subang at 38,000 feet, requesting ILS approach any runway at Singapore Changi. Cathay 161, radar contact. Singapore 762, contact Singapore approach on 124.6. Thank you, Cathay 161. SriLankan 664, turn left heading 070. Contacting Singapore approach on 124.6, Singapore 762. Turn left heading 070, SriLankan 664. Mike Bravo Alpha Lima Delta, turn left heading 120 and hold over Arama at 13,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Turn left heading 120 and hold over Arama at 13,000, left turns, Wilco, Mike Bravo Alpha Lima Delta. Golf Oscar 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 Delta, turn right heading 170, descend and maintain 16,000. 5 November India November Echo, turn right heading 130, descend and maintain 17,000. Turn left heading 120 and hold over Arama at 14,000, left turns, Wilco, Red Cap 708. Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, unable to provide services to this airport at the moment. Proceed on course. Roger, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. SriLankan 861 Heavy, contact Singapore approach on 124.6. Contacting Singapore approach on 124.6, SriLankan 861 Heavy. Singapore 129 Kilo Echo, turn left heading 150 and hold over Arama at 15,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Turn left heading 150 and hold over Arama at 15,000, left turns, Wilco, Singapore 129 Kilo Echo. Reduce speed to 250 knots, SriLankan 664. Singapore 373 Super, turn left heading 170 and hold over PASPU at 13,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Kuala Lumpur Center, Swiss 333, with you at 33,500. Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, requesting descent via Aram 1 Alpha arrival. Stand by, Singapore 2109. 5 November India November Echo, turn right heading 210. Turn right heading 210, 5 November India November Echo. Jetstar Asia 686, requesting climb to flight level 230. SriLankan 664, turn right heading 090. Swiss 333, radar contact. Swiss 333, do not exceed Mach .80. Do not exceed Mach .80, Swiss 333. Jetstar Asia 686, climb and maintain 17,000. Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, proceed as requested. Climb and maintain 17,000, Jetstar Asia 686. Descending via Aram 1 Alpha arrival, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. Turn right heading 090, SriLankan 664. 5 November India November Echo, turn right heading 210 and hold over Arama at 17,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. SriLankan 664, turn right heading 150 and hold over Arama at flight level 180, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Jetstar Asia 686, reduce speed to 250 knots. Reduce speed to 250 knots, Jetstar Asia 686. Kuala Lumpur Center, Singapore 23 Heavy, with you at 31,000. Kuala Lumpur Center, Singapore 69, with you at 37,000. SriLankan 321 India November Heavy, radar contact. Kuala Lumpur Center, no light aircraft accepted at this time. Please divert to a more appropriate airport. Kuala Lumpur Center, correction, stand by.
Singapore Center, SriLankan 963, with you at 36,200.
Emirates 349 Heavy, request frequency change. SriLankan 861 Heavy is 7 nautical miles north of Karaman at 11,900 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi. Singapore Center, Lion 996 Lima Golf, with you at 2,400. Singapore Center, Bravo Lima Romeo Echo, with you at 41,000. Cathay 257, requesting to divert to Jakarta Soekarno.
SriLankan 963 is 51 nautical miles west of Kluang at 35,000 feet, requesting ILS approach any runway at Singapore Changi.
Singapore Center, Lion 996 Lima Golf, with you at 5200. Singapore 762, turn left heading 080 and hold over BOKIP at 8,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. SriLankan 861 Heavy, turn left heading 080 and hold over BOKIP at 9,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Turn left heading 080 and hold over BOKIP at 8,000, left turns, Wilco, Singapore 762. Alpha Papa Tango, requesting descent via LOL 1 Alpha arrival. Lion 996 Lima Golf, radar contact. Emirates 349 Heavy, contact Kuala Lumpur Center on 127.0. Turn left heading 080 and hold over BOKIP at 9,000, left turns, Wilco, SriLankan 861 Heavy. Singapore Center, Mike Bravo Alpha Lima Delta, with you at 12,000, descending via Aram 1 Alpha arrival. Contacting Kuala Lumpur Center on 127.0, Emirates 349 Heavy. Lion 996 Lima Golf is 12 nautical miles northeast of Batam Hang at 7,300 feet, requesting radar vectors to Sultan Sharif. Mike Bravo Alpha Lima Delta, radar contact. Singapore 4090 Super, requesting descent via Maba 2 Bravo arrival. SriLankan 963, you're in an active airspace, please contact Kuala Lumpur. SriLankan 963, you're in an active airspace, please contact Kuala Lumpur Center.
Kuala Lumpur Center, SriLankan 963, with you at 30,800.
SriLankan 963, descend and maintain flight level 190.
Descend and maintain flight level 190, SriLankan 963.
Red Cap 708, turn right heading 160. Turn right heading 160, Red Cap 70. SriLankan 963, do not exceed Mach .80.
Do not exceed Mach .80, SriLankan 963.
Emirates 349 Heavy.
SriLankan 963 is 33 nautical miles southwest of Kluang at 29,500 feet, requesting.
SriLankan 963, please check the user guide from the home screen for help using. SriLankan 963, descend and maintain.
Descend and maintain flight level 190, SriLankan 963.
Red Cap 708, contact Singapore approach on 124.6. Singapore 23 Heavy, do not exceed Mach .80. Contacting Singapore approach on 124.6, Red Cap 708. Singapore 293 is 3 nautical miles northeast of Singapore Changi at 2,800 feet, requesting. SriLankan 963, turn left heading 110 and hold over Arama at flight level 190, Right turns, do not exceed 260 knots.
Turn left heading 110 and hold over Arama at flight level 190. Right turns, Wilco, Sri Lankan 963.
Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy, turn left heading 070. Turn left heading 070, Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy. Turn left heading 050, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. Malaysian 611, descend and maintain flight level 200. Singapore 293, proceed on course to King Khalid. Proceed on course, Singapore 293. Descend and maintain flight level 200, Malaysian 611. Singapore 129 Kilo Echo, turn left heading 190, descend and maintain 12,000. Turn left heading 190, descend and maintain 12,000, Singapore 129 Kilo Echo. Singapore 2109 is 45 nautical miles west of Kuling at 19,000 feet, requesting flight following to Singapore Changi. Singapore 2109, airport is unable to accept arriving traffic. Please divert to a suitable airport. Singapore 5349, requesting climb to flight level 380. Golf Oscar 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 Delta, turn left heading 220 and hold over Arama at 13,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Turn left heading 220 and hold over Arama at 13,000, left turns, Wilco, Golf Oscar 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 Delta. 5 November India November Echo, turn left heading 070 and hold over Arama at 14,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Sri Lankan 664, turn left heading 260 and hold over Arama at 15,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Turn left heading 070 and hold over Arama at 14,000, left turns, Wilco, 5 November India November Echo. Turn left heading 260 and hold over Arama at 15,000, left turns, Wilco, Sri Lankan 664. Turn left heading 310 and hold over Arama at 16,000, left turns, Wilco, Singapore 21 Heavy. Kuala Lumpur Center, Singapore 792, with you at 7000. Swiss 333, turn left heading 170 and hold over Arama at 17,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Singapore 5349, climb and maintain flight level 370. Turn right heading 080, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. Scooter 135, descend and maintain flight level 210. Descend and maintain flight level 210, Scooter 135. Bravo Lima Romeo Echo is 15 nautical miles south of Pulau Tioman at 28,700 feet, requesting visual approach any runway at Singapore Changi. Singapore 127, airport is unable to accept arriving traffic. Please divert to a suitable airport. Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, turn left heading 030. Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy, make a left 360. Kuala Lumpur Center, Air France 140 Heavy, with you at 2,600. Sri Lankan 963, please expedite altitude change. Kuala Lumpur Center, Singapore 038, with you at 32,000. Turn left heading 030, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, please follow instructions or you will be reported. Sri Lankan 963, turn left heading 190 and hold over Arama at flight level 180, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Singapore 21.
Turn left heading 190 and hold over Arama at flight level 180, left turns, Wilco, Sri Lankan 963.
Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, turn right heading 180 and hold over Arama at flight level 190, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Singapore 129 Kilo Echo, continue as filed. Kuala Lumpur Center, Alpha Papa Tango, with you at 28,300. Turn right heading 180 and hold over Arama at flight level 190, left turns, Wilco, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. Continue as filed, Singapore 129 Kilo Echo. Singapore 038, radar contact. Golf November Alpha Tango Oscar is 2 nautical miles northeast of Batam Hang at 2,300 feet, flying VFR. Reduce speed to 250 knots, Vietnam Airlines 104. Bravo Lima Romeo Echo, turn left heading 170 and hold over PASPU at 15,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Singapore 69, turn left heading 070. Turn left heading 070, Singapore 69. Roger, Singapore 2109. Singapore 127, turn left heading 350. Turn left heading 350, Singapore 127. Singapore 762 is 16 nautical miles southwest of Singapore Paya at 8,000 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi. Singapore 4090 Super, requesting descent via Maba 2 Bravo arrival. Singapore 127, requesting to divert to Batam Hang. Golf Uniform Zulu Bravo Romeo is 10 nautical miles southeast of Kuala Lumpur at 17,600 feet, requesting ILS approach any runway at Singapore Changi. Singapore 2109, requesting to divert to Batam Hang. Kuala Lumpur Center, Golf Uniform Zulu Hotel Lima, with you at 25,300. Singapore 129 Kilo Echo, contact Singapore arrival on 119.3. Contacting Singapore arrival on 119.3, Singapore 129 Kilo Echo. Golf Oscar 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 Delta, turn right heading 110, descend and maintain 12,000. Turn right heading 110, descend and maintain 12,000, Golf Oscar 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 Delta. Malaysian 611, make a left 360. Golf Uniform Zulu Hotel Lima is 23 nautical miles southeast of Kuala Lumpur at 26,700 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 center at Singapore Changi. Singapore 4090 Super, reduce speed to 250 knots. Reduce speed to 250 knots, Singapore 4090 Super. Turn left heading 180 and hold over PASPU at 16,000, left turns, Wilco, Scooter 135. Singapore 127, diversion approved, proceed on course to Batam Hang. Roger, Singapore 2109. Golf Oscar 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 Delta, turn right heading 200. 5 November India November Echo, turn left heading 170 and hold over Arama at 13,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Golf Uniform Zulu Hotel Lima, unable to provide services to this airport at the moment. Proceed on course. Kuala Lumpur Center, Singapore 261, with you at 2200. SriLankan 664, turn left heading 230 and hold over Arama at 14,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Singapore 21 Heavy, turn left heading 170 and hold over Arama at 15,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Turn left heading 230 and hold over Arama at 14,000, left turn, Wilco, SriLankan 664. Singapore 127, requesting climb to flight level 210. Malaysian 611, turn left heading 360. Singapore 127, climb and maintain flight level 210. Turn right heading 170, Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy. Turn left heading 170 and hold over Arama at 15,000. Sri Lankan 963, turn left heading 320 and hold over Arama at 17,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots.
Turn left heading 320 and hold over Arama at 17,000, left turns, Wilco, Sri Lankan 963.
Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, turn left heading 250 and hold over Arama at flight level 180, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Singapore 2109, requesting climb to flight level 210. Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy, turn left heading 130 and hold over Arama at flight level 190, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Turn left heading 250 and hold over Arama at flight level 180, left turns, Wilco, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. Singapore 2109, climb and maintain flight level 230. Climb and maintain flight level 230, Singapore 2109. Singapore 261, radar contact. Malaysian 611, airport is unable to accept arriving traffic. Please divert to a suitable airport. Singapore 69, make a left 360. Making a left 360, Singapore 69. Scooter 135, turn left heading 160 and hold over PASPU at 16,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Golf Uniform Zulu Bravo Romeo, requesting to divert to Singapore Changi. Alpha Papa Tango, turn left heading 170 and hold over PASPU at 17,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots.
Turn left heading 180 and hold over Arama at 16,000, left turns, Wilco, Swiss 333.
Turn left heading 170 and hold over PASPU at 17,000, left turns, Wilco, Alpha Papa Tango. Singapore 038, proceed as requested. Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, please expedite altitude change. Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, please expedite altitude change. Golf Oscar Delta is 17 nautical miles north of Karaman at 12,000 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi. Golf Uniform Zulu Hotel Lima, unable to divert to Singapore Changi, please request a suitable airport. November 100 Mike X-Ray, descend and maintain flight level 200. Descend and maintain flight level 200, November 100 Mike X-Ray. Turn left heading 340 and hold over DAMAL at 16,000, left turns, Wilco, Singapore 69. Rwanda 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5, you're in an active airspace, please contact Kuala Lumpur Center on 127.0. Singapore 373 Super, turn left heading 170, descend and maintain 12,000. Singapore 4090 Super, turn left heading 170 and hold over PASPU at flight level 180, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots.
Turn left heading 170 and hold over PASPU at flight level 180, left turns, Wilco, Singapore 4090 Super.
Rwanda 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5, turn left heading 050, descend and maintain flight level 190. Turn left heading 050, descend and maintain flight level 190, Rwanda 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5.
Turn left heading 170, descend and maintain 12,000, Singapore 373 Super.
Singapore 127, frequency change approved, good day. Singapore 2109, requesting descent to 9,000. Singapore 23 Heavy, proceed as requested. Descending via LL1 Alpha arrival, Singapore 038. 5 November India November Echo, turn left heading 210, descend and maintain 12,000. SriLankan 664, turn right heading 360.
Turn left heading 210, descend and maintain 12,000, 5 November India November Echo.
Singapore 2109, frequency change approved, good day.
Turn right heading 360, Sri Lankan 664.
Frequency change approved Singapore 2109, good day.
Continue as filed, Singapore 373 Super. Descending via Leva 2 Alpha arrival, Singapore 23 Heavy.
Sri Lankan 664, turn left heading 270.
Turn left heading 270, Sri Lankan 664.
Singapore 373 Super, contact Singapore arrival on 119.3.
Contacting Singapore arrival on 119.3, Singapore 373 Super.
Sri Lankan 664, turn left heading 240, descend and maintain 12,000. Singapore 21 Heavy, turn left heading 220 and hold over. Sri Lankan 963, turn left heading 160 and hold over Arama at 15,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots.
Turn left heading 160 and hold over Arama at 15,000, left turns, Wilco, Sri Lankan 963.
Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy, turn left heading 270 and hold over Arama at 17,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Singapore 69, turn left heading 180. Turn left heading 180, Singapore 69. Turn right heading 060 and hold over Arama at 16,000, left turns, Wilco, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. Rwanda 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5, turn right heading 150 and hold over Arama at flight level 180, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Turn right heading 150 and hold over Arama at flight level 180, left turns, Wilco, Rwanda Air 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5. 5 November India November Echo, continuous filed.
Continuous filed, 5 November India November Echo.
Singapore 038, reduce speed to 250 knots. Scooter 135, requesting descent to 4,500. Reduce speed to 250 knots, Singapore 038. Kuala Lumpur Center, Cathay 619, with you at 33,000. Scooter 135, correction, stand by. Descend and maintain 12,000, Emirates 349 Heavy. Scooter 135, requesting descent to 15,000.
Descending via Aram 1 Alpha arrival, 5 November India November Echo. Continuous filed, Sri Lankan 664.
Reduce speed to 250 knots, November 100 Mike X-ray. Emirates 349 Heavy, continuous filed. Bravo Lima Romeo Echo, turn left heading 160 and hold over PASPU at 13,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Continuous filed, Emirates 349 Heavy. Alpha Papa Tango, turn left heading 220 and hold over PASPU at 14,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Turn left heading 220 and hold over PASPU at 14,000, left turns, Wilco, Alpha Papa Tango. Turn left heading 240 and hold over PASPU at 16,000, left turns, Wilco, Scooter 135. Singapore 038, descend and maintain flight level 200. Descend and maintain flight level 200, Singapore 038. 5 November India November Echo, contact Singapore arrival on 119.3.
Contacting Singapore arrival on 119.3, 5 November India November Echo.
Singapore 21 Heavy, turn left heading 190, descend and maintain 12,000. Turn left heading 190, descend and maintain 12,000, Singapore 21 Heavy. Kuala Lumpur Center, Mike Alpha Lima Lima Uniform, with you at 35,000. Emirates 348 Heavy, radar contact. Emirates 348 Heavy, do not exceed Mach .80. Mike Alpha Lima Lima Uniform, descend and maintain flight level 210. Do not exceed Mach .80, Emirates 348 Heavy. Emirates 349 Heavy, descend via arrival. Executing missed approach, Golf Uniform Zulu Bravo Romeo. Hotel Zulu Alpha Tango Romeo is 15. Sri Lankan 963, turn left heading 270 and hold over Arama at 14,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots.
Turn left heading 270 and hold over Arama at 14,000, left turns, Wilco, Sri Lankan 963.
Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy, turn left heading 050 and hold over Arama at 16,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Turn left heading 170 and hold over Arama at 15,000, left turns, Wilco, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. Turn left heading 050 and hold over Arama at 16,000, left turns, Wilco, Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy. Rwanda Air 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5, turn right heading 190 and hold over Arama at 17,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. November 100 Mike X-ray, turn left heading 130 and hold over Arama at flight level 180, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Stand by, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. Bravo Lima Romeo Echo, turn left heading 270, descend and maintain 12,000. Proceed on course, Hotel Zulu Alpha Tango Romeo. Golf Uniform Zulu Bravo Romeo, airport is unable to accept arriving traffic. Please divert to a suitable airport. Kuala Lumpur Center, airport is unable to accept arriving traffic. Please divert to a suitable airport. Delta 9335 Suba is 39 nautical miles southeast of Kuala Lumpur at 21,200 feet, requesting ILS approach any runway at Singapore Changi. Frequency change approved Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super, good day. Singapore 21 Heavy, continuous filed. Bravo Lima Romeo Echo, continuous filed. Continuous filed, Singapore 21 Heavy. Continuous filed, Bravo Lima Romeo Echo.
Sri Lankan 963 is 24 nautical miles southwest of Kluang at 14,000 feet, requesting ILS approach any runway at Singapore Changi.
Thank you. Good day, Emirates 349 Heavy. Singapore 69, turn left heading 170, descend and maintain 12,000. Turn left heading 170, descend and maintain 12,000, Singapore 69. Delta 9335 Super, please follow instructions or you will be reported. Turn left heading 170 and hold over PASPU at 16,000, left turns, Wilco, Singapore 038. Singapore 1, radar contact. Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super is 2 nautical miles northeast of Bengkalis at 28,200 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 center at Singapore Changi. Thai 409 Heavy, radar contact. Roger, Ethiopian 1097. Kuala Lumpur Center, Cathay 759, with you at 38,100. Sri Lankan 664, contact Singapore arrival on 119.3. Kuala Lumpur Center, Rwanda 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5, with you at 17,100. Contacting Singapore arrival on 119.3, Sri Lankan 664. Singapore 4090 Super, descend and maintain 12,000.
Descend and maintain 12,000, Singapore 4090 Super.
Kuala Lumpur Center, Delta 9335 Super, with you at 25,500.
Continuous filed, Singapore 4090 Super.
Contacting Singapore arrival on 119.3, Bravo Lima Romeo Echo. Turn right heading 320 and hold over Arama at 17,000, left turns, Wilco, Rwanda 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5. Delta 9335 Super is 49 nautical miles west of Kluang at 25,500 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 center at Singapore Changi. Scooter 135 is 38 nautical miles east of Sene International at 15,000 feet, requesting radar vectors to Singapore Changi. Thai 409 Heavy is 21 nautical miles southwest of Quantan Arrow at 41,000 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi. Scooter 135, turn left heading 280 and hold over PASPU at 14,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Turn left heading 180 and hold over PASPU at 15,000, left turns, Wilco, Singapore 038. Cathay 759, descend and maintain flight level 240. Descend and maintain flight level 240, Cathay 759. Contacting Singapore arrival on 119.3, Singapore 21 Heavy. Delta 9335 Super, please follow instructions or you will be reported.
Turn right heading 250, descend and maintain flight level 250, Shaman Air 028 Alpha Kilo.
Delta 9335 Super, requesting descent via Arama. Sri Lankan 963, turn left heading 350, descend and maintain 12,000. Roger, Thai 409 Heavy.
Turn left heading 350, descend and maintain 12,000, Sri Lankan 963.
Turn left heading 360, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy, turn left heading 170 and hold over Arama at 15,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Singapore 1192, requesting descent via LL1 Alpha arrival. Turn left heading 170 and hold over Arama at 15,000, left turns, Wilco, Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy. Rwanda 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5, turn right heading 050 and hold over Arama at 16,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Singapore 69, continuous filed. Continuous filed, Singapore 69. Turn right heading 050 and hold over Arama at 16,000, left turns, Wilco, Rwanda 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5. Continuous filed, Alpha Papa Tango Papa Tango.
Reduce speed to 250 knots, Shaman Air 028.
Sri Lankan 963, turn left heading 200. Turn left heading 180.
Turn left heading 200, Sri Lankan 963.
Continuous filed, Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy. Delta 9335 Super, turn left heading 120 and hold over Arama at 16,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. November 100 Mike X-ray, turn left heading 200 and hold over Arama at 16,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots. Turn left heading 120 and hold over Arama at 16,000, left turns, Wilco, Delta 9335 Super. Rwanda 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5, turn right heading 110 and hold over Arama at 14,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Turn left heading 200 and hold over Arama at 16,000, left turns, Wilco, November 100 Mike X-ray. Turn right heading 110 and hold over Arama at 14,000, left turns, Wilco, Rwanda 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5. Singapore 4090 Super, contact Singapore arrival on 119.3. Scooter 135, continue as filed.
Contacting Singapore arrival on 119.3, Singapore 4090 Super.
Continue as filed, Scooter 135. Singapore 23 Heavy, turn left heading 150 and hold over PASPU at 13,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Shaman Air 028 Alpha Kilo, turn left heading 120, descend and maintain flight level 180. Singapore 69, turn left heading 100.
You're welcome, India India Foxtrot Papa Romeo. Kuala Lumpur Center, India India Foxtrot Papa Romeo, with you at 37,000.
Turn left heading 110 and hold over Arama at flight level 190, left turns, Wilco, Mike Alpha Lima Lima uniform.
Thank you, good day, Swiss 333.
Alpha Papa Tango, descend via arrival. Descending via LL 1 Alpha arrival, Alpha Papa Tango. Turn right heading 350, descend and maintain flight level 180, Singapore 63.
Continue as filed, Sri Lankan 963.
Scooter 135, contact Singapore arrival on 119.3. Scooter 135, requesting descent to 3,500. Alpha Papa Tango, contact Singapore arrival on 119.3. Contacting Singapore arrival on 119.3, Scooter 135. Contacting Singapore arrival on 119.3, Alpha Papa Tango. Thank you, good day, Alpha Papa Tango. Rwanda 242 Charlie Golf flight of 5, turn right heading 250 and hold over Arama at 13,000, left turns, do not exceed 230 knots. Singapore 69, contact Singapore arrival on 119.3. Contacting Singapore arrival on 119.3, Singapore 69. Singapore 038, continue as filed. Singapore 038. Shaman Air 028 Alpha Kilo, turn right heading 150 and hold over PASPU at 16,000, left turns, do not exceed 260 knots.
Turn right heading 150 and hold over PASPU at 16,000, left turns, Wilco, Shaman Air 028 Alpha Kilo.
Kuala Lumpur Center, Singapore 541 India November Heavy, with you at 24,700. Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, turn left heading 270, Sri Lankan 963, contact Singapore arrival on 119.3. Singapore 54.
Contacting Singapore arrival on 119.3, Sri Lankan 963. Singapore arrival, Sri Lankan 963, with you at 12,000.
Bravo Lima Romeo Echo, descend and maintain 7,000. Bravo Lima Romeo Echo. Contacting Singapore. Sri Lankan 963, turn left heading 120, descend and maintain 11,000.
Turn left heading 120, descend and maintain 11,000, Sri Lankan 963.
Roger, Swiss 333.
Swiss 333, increase speed to 250 knots.
Increase speed to 250 knots, Swiss 333.
Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy, increase speed to 240 knots. Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super, reduce speed to 230 knots. Increase speed to 240 knots. Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy. Reduce speed to 230 knots. Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super. Bravo Lima Romeo Echo, contact Singapore approach on 124.6. Singapore 4090 Super, turn right heading 210. Contacting Singapore approach on 124.6, Bravo Lima Romeo Echo. Singapore 038 is 31 nautical miles northeast of Sene International at 11,900 feet, requesting ILS approach any runway at Singapore Changi. Scooter 135, turn right heading 170, descend and maintain 11,000. Turn right heading 170, descend and maintain 11,000, Scooter 135. Singapore 038, turn left heading 180, descend and maintain 10,000. Turn left heading 180, descend and maintain 10,000, Singapore 038. Malaysian 611, say intentions. Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super, turn right heading 120, descend and maintain 7,000. Turn right heading 120, descend and maintain 7,000, Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super. Singapore 4090 Super, turn left heading 200.
Turn left heading 200, Singapore 4090 Super.
Alpha Papa Tango, expect vectors for the ILS approach runway 2 center at Singapore Changi. Alpha Papa Tango, turn right heading 150. Turn Sri Lankan 963, turn right heading 130, descend and maintain 8,000. Roger, Scooter 135. Singapore 4090 Super, turn right heading 200. Sri Lankan 963, expect vectors for the ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi.
Roger, Sri Lankan 963.
Singapore 4090 Super, maintain 230 knots or greater.
Maintain 230 knots or greater, Singapore 4090 Super.
Swiss 333, turn right heading 120, descend and maintain 5,000. Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy, turn left heading 120, descend and maintain 6,000.
Turn right heading 120, descend and maintain 5,000, Swiss 333.
Turn left heading 120, descend and maintain 6,000, Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy. Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super, reduce speed to 210 knots. Reduce speed to 210 knots, Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super. Singapore arrival, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, with you at 12,000. Swiss 333, speed at your discretion. Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super is 31 nautical miles west of Sene International at 12,000 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 center at Singapore Changi.
Roger, Swiss 333.
Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy, speed at your discretion. Swiss 333, contact Singapore approach on 124.6. Roger, Sri Lankan 321 India November Heavy.
Thank you, good day, Swiss 333.
Sri Lankan 963, turn right heading 140, descend and maintain 8,000. Singapore 47 Alpha.
Turn right heading 140, descend and maintain 8,000, Sri Lankan 963.
Singapore 038, expect vectors for the ILS approach runway 2 center at Singapore Changi. Roger, Singapore 038. Roger, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super.
Singapore arrival, Singapore 23 Heavy, with you at 13,000.
Delta 9335 Super is 27 nautical miles southwest of Kluang at 13,000 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 center at Singapore Changi. Singapore 4090 Super, turn left heading 200, descend and maintain 6,000. Singapore 23 Heavy, turn left heading 150, descend and maintain 12,000.
Turn left heading 150, descend and maintain 12,000, Singapore 23 heavy. Turn left heading 200, descend and maintain 6,000, Singapore 4090 super.
Singapore 038, do not exceed 230 knots. Roger, Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super.
Do not exceed 210 knots, Sri Lankan 963.
Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super, descend and maintain 5,000. Singapore 4090 Super, speed at your discretion.
Roger, Singapore 4090 super.
Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super, contact Singapore approach on 124.6. Contacting Singapore approach on 124.6, Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super. Singapore 4090 Super, contact Singapore approach on 124.6. Scooter 135, turn right heading 200, descend and maintain 7,000.
Contacting Singapore approach on 124.6, Singapore 4090 super.
Singapore 038, turn right heading 190, descend and maintain 9,000. Turn right heading 200, descend and maintain 7,000, Scooter 135. Singapore 23 heavy, expect vectors for the ILS approach runway 2 center at Singapore Changi. Turn right heading 190, descend and maintain 9,000, Singapore 038. Delta 9335 Super, expect vectors for the ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi. Roger, Delta 9335 Super. Singapore 6556 Heavy. SriLankan 963, turn left heading 130, descend and maintain 6,000. SriLankan 963, contact Singapore approach on 124.6.
Contacting Singapore approach on 124.6, Sri Lankan 963. Singapore approach, Sri Lankan 963, with you at 7.
Sri Lankan 963, radar contact. Swiss 333, turn left heading 050. Singapore 21 heavy, turn right heading 350, descend and maintain 4,000, maintain 4,000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 left approach.
Turn left heading 050, Swiss 333.
Indonesia 101, turn right heading 350, descend and maintain 2,000, maintain 2,000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 center approach. Turn right heading 350, descend and maintain 4,000, maintain 4,000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 left, Singapore 21 heavy. Turn right heading 350, descend and maintain 2,000, maintain 2,000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 center, Indonesia 101. Scooter 135, radar contact. Scooter 135 is 2 nautical miles southeast of Batam Hang at 7,100 feet, requesting radar vectors to Singapore Changi.
Turn right heading 310, descend and maintain 3,000, Singapore 4090 super.
Scooter 135 is 3 nautical miles south of Batam Hang at 7,000 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi. Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super, turn right heading 160. Turn right heading 160, Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super. Scooter 135, turn left heading 200, descend and maintain 5,000. Swiss 333, turn left heading 310. Alpha Papa Tango is 6 nautical miles northeast of Batam Hang at 8,100 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 center at Singapore Changi. Singapore 21 heavy, contact Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6. Sri Lankan 321 India November heavy, turn left heading 020. Thank you, good day, Emirates 349 heavy. Alpha Papa Tango, expect vectors for the ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi. Alpha Papa Tango, turn left heading 190, descend and maintain 5,000. Turn left heading 190, descend and maintain 5,000, Alpha Papa Tango. Scooter 135 is 8 nautical miles south of Batam Hang at 6,300 feet, requesting flight following to Singapore Changi. Bravo Lima Romeo Echo, turn right heading 350, descend and maintain 2000, maintain 2000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 center approach. Swiss 333, turn SriLankan 963, turn right heading 140. Turn left
Turn right heading 140, SriLankan 963.
Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super, turn left heading 330. Singapore 038 is 4 nautical miles northeast of Batam Hang at 7,600 feet, requesting ILS approach any runway at Singapore Changi. Turn left heading 330, Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super. Singapore approach, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super, with you at 6000. Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super is 16 nautical miles south of Tenga at 6,000 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi. Singapore 4090 Super, turn right heading 350, maintain 3000, maintain 3000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 center approach. SriLankan 321 India November Heavy, turn right heading 350, descend and maintain 4000, maintain 4000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 left approach.
Turn right heading 350, maintain 3000, maintain 3000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 center, Singapore 4090 Super.
Turn right heading 350, descend and maintain 4000, maintain 4000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 left, SriLankan 321 India November Heavy. Singapore 038, expect vectors for the ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi. Bravo Lima Romeo Echo, SriLankan 963, turn left heading 020, descend and maintain 5000. Turn right heading 140, maintain 6000, Singapore 47.
Turn left heading 020, descend and maintain 5000, SriLankan 963.
Swiss 333, contact Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6. Descend and maintain 6000, Mike Alpha Lima Lima Uniform.
Contacting Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6, Swiss 333.
Singapore 6556 Heavy is 8 nautical miles southeast of Batam Hang at 7,800 feet, requesting ILS approach runway 2 center at Singapore Changi. Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super, turn left heading 300, maintain 5000. Airport in sight, Singapore 47 Alpha Quebec Super. SriLankan 321 India November Heavy, contact Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6. Turn left heading 300, maintain 5000, Delta 4 Mike Oscar. SriLankan 963, turn left heading 320.
Turn left heading 320, SriLankan 963.
Turn right heading 140, descend and maintain 6000, Delta 9335 Super. Singapore 4090 Super, contact Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6. Singapore 038, turn right heading 300.
Contacting Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6, Singapore 4090 Super.
Turn right heading 300, Singapore 038. Alpha Papa Tango, descend and maintain 4000. Singapore 6556 Heavy, expect vectors for the ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi. Descend and maintain 4000, Alpha Papa Tango. Turn left heading 190, descend and maintain 5000, Singapore 6556 Heavy. Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super, turn right heading 350, descend and maintain 4000, maintain 4000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 left approach. Turn right heading 350, descend and maintain 4000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 left, Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super. Delta 9335 Super, turn left heading 110. SriLankan 963, turn left heading 290.
Turn left heading 290, Sri Lankan 963.
Singapore 23 Heavy, radar contact. Turn left heading 050, descend and maintain 4000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 left, Delta 9335 Super. Singapore 23 Heavy, expect vectors for the ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi.
Roger, Singapore 23 Heavy.
Alpha Papa Tango, turn right heading 360, descend and maintain 3000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 left approach. Alpha Papa Tango, disregard last message. Turn right heading 360, descend and maintain 3000 until established on the localizer. SriLankan 963, turn right heading 360, descend and maintain 4000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 left approach. Singapore 6556 Heavy, turn right.
Turn right heading 360, descend and maintain 4000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 left, Sri Lankan 963.
Singapore approach, Emirates 348 Heavy, with you at 8700. Mike Alpha Lima Uniform, do not exceed 220 knots. Do not exceed 220 knots, Mike Alpha Lima Uniform. Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super, contact Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6. Contacting Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6, Delta 4 Mike Oscar Papa Super. Delta 9335 Super, contact Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6. Contacting Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6, Delta 9335 Super. Singapore approach, Sri Lankan 108 India November, with you at 9700. Mike Alpha Lima Uniform, do not exceed 200 knots. Do not exceed 200 knots, Mike Alpha Lima Uniform. Mike Alpha Lima Uniform, turn left heading 110. Singapore 6556 Heavy, turn right heading 310. Turn left heading 110, Mike Alpha Lima Uniform. Turn right heading 310, Singapore 6556 Heavy. Alpha Papa Tango, contact Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6. Contacting Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6, Alpha Papa Tango. Thank you, good day, Alpha Papa Tango. Mike Alpha Lima Uniform, expect vectors for the ILS approach runway 2 left at Singapore Changi. Mike Alpha Lima Uniform, turn left heading 350, descend and maintain 4000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 2 left approach. Singapore 038, do not exceed 200 knots. Do not exceed 200 knots, Singapore 038. Singapore 23 Heavy.
Sri Lankan 963, request frequency change.
Turn right heading 150, descend and maintain 5000. Sri Lankan 963, contact Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6.
Contacting Singapore Changi Tower on 118.6, Sri Lankan 963.
Singapore 6556 Heavy, turn left heading 290.
Singapore Changi Tower, Sri Lankan 963, inbound on the ILS runway 2 left.
Alpha Papa Tango, wind 390 at 16, number 1, runway 2 center, cleared to land. Sri Lankan 963, wind 390 at 16, number 3, runway 2 left, cleared to land.
Number 3, cleared to land, runway 2 left, Sri Lankan 963.
2,500.
Singapore Changi traffic, SriLankan 963 is on final, runway 2 left.
SriLankan 963, you're in an active airspace, please. Mike Alpha Lima Lima Uniform, wind 340 at 3, number 2, runway 2 left, cleared to land.
SriLankan 963 is on final runway 2 left.
SriLankan 963, wind 340 at 3, number 1, runway 2 left, cleared to land.
Number 1, cleared to land, runway 2 left, SriLankan 963.
Mike Alpha Lima Lima Uniform, adjust speed to follow aircraft ahead. Adjust speed to follow aircraft ahead, Mike Alpha Lima Lima Uniform. Delta 9335 Super, when able turn right, contact ground on the taxiway. Singapore 052 Heavy, line up and wait runway 2 center. Wilco, Delta 9335 Super. Line up and wait runway 2 center, Singapore 052 Heavy. Alpha Papa Tango, when able turn left, contact ground on the taxiway. Wilco, Alpha Papa Tango. Alpha Papa Tango, thank you.
1,000.
Singapore Changi Tower, Singapore 038, inbound on the ILS runway 2 left. Singapore 052 Heavy, wind 340 at 3, runway 2 center, cleared for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff, runway 2 center, Singapore 052 Heavy. Singapore 038, wind 340 at 3, number 3, runway 2 left, cleared to land. Number 3, cleared to land, runway 2 left, Singapore 038.
$500. $300.
Singapore 129 Kilo Echo, line up and wait runway 2 center.
200.
Line up and wait runway 2 center, Singapore 129 Kilo Echo. Singapore Changi Tower, Singapore
100.
6556 Heavy is 12 nautical miles to the southwest at 4,000 feet, inbound for landing, requesting
50,
runway 2 left.
40. 30.
Singapore 6556 Heavy,
retard,
wind 340
retard.
at 3, number 3, runway 2 left, cleared to land. Number 3, cleared to land, runway 2 left, Singapore 6556 Heavy. SriLankan 963, when able turn right and contact ground, please expedite, traffic on final.
Wilco, SriLankan 963.
Singapore 129 Kilo Echo, wind 340 at 3, runway 2 center, cleared for takeoff.
Singapore Changi Tower, Singapore 23 Heavy, inbound on the ILS runway 2 left.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 2 center, Singapore 129 Kilo Echo. Singapore 052 Heavy, frequency change approved. Frequency change approved Singapore 052 Heavy, good day. Singapore 6556 Heavy, maintain best forward speed. Maintain best forward speed, Singapore 6556 Heavy. Singapore 23 Heavy, wind 340 at 3, number 2, runway 2 left, cleared to land. Singapore
Changi ground, SriLankan 963, request taxi to C24 at the other.
SriLankan 963, taxi to C24 via. Attention all aircraft.
Taxiing to C24 via SriLankan 963.
Singapore Changi ground, Singapore 4404 Super, ready for pushback.
Singapore 4404 Super, please amend flight plan to include ATC preferred standard instrument departure. Singapore 684 Heavy, taxi to runway 2 center, contact tower when ready. November 229 Tango Alpha Heavy, taxi to runway 2 center, contact tower when ready.
Taxi to runway 2 center, Singapore 684 Heavy. Taxi to runway 2 center, November 229 Tango Alpha Heavy. Singapore Changi ground, Mike Alpha Lima Lima uniform, request taxi to A13 at the other terminals. Singapore Changi ground, Indonesia 951, ready for pushback with information uniform.
Mike Alpha Lima Lima uniform, taxi to A13 via Whiskey.
Taxiing to A13 via Whiskey, Mike Alpha Lima Lima uniform.
Indonesia 951, please amend flight plan to include ATC preferred standard instrument departure. Indonesia 951, please follow instructions or you will be reported.
Singapore Changi ground, Singapore 12 Heavy, ready for pushback. Singapore Changi ground, Singapore 038, request taxi to F59R at the other terminals.
Singapore 12 Heavy, pushback approved, tail to the east.
Pushback approved, tail to the east, Singapore 12 Heavy.
Singapore 038, taxi to F59R via.
Singapore Changi ground, Singapore 792, ready for pushback. Taxiing to F59R via, Singapore 038.
Singapore Changi ground, Philippines 25, ready for pushback with information uniform. Singapore 038, taxi to F59R via Whiskey, Victor.
Taxiing to F59R via Whiskey, Victor, Singapore 038. Singapore Changi ground, Singapore 6556 Heavy, request taxi to D47 at the other terminals.
Singapore 792, pushback approved, tail to the north.
Singapore Changi ground, Korean Air 1815 Super, ready to taxi to runway 2 center. Pushback approved, tail to the north, Singapore 792.
Singapore 6556 Heavy, taxi to D47 via.
Taxiing to D47 via, Singapore 6556 Heavy.
Singapore 6556 Heavy, taxi to D47 via.
Taxiing to D47 via, Singapore 6556 Heavy.
Korean Air 1815 Super, taxi to runway 2 center, contact tower when ready.
Taxi to runway 2 center, Korean Air 1815 Super.
Philippines 25, please amend flight plan to include ATC preferred standard instrument departure. Attention all aircraft, please stand by, controller changes in progress.
Singapore Changi ground, Singapore 116, ready for pushback, requesting runway 2 center.
Singapore 038, please follow instructions.
Pushback approved, tail to the west, Singapore 116. Wilco, Air Canada 451. Holding short runway 22, SriLankan 321 India November Heavy. Wilco, Delta. Line up and wait runway 2 center, Singapore 129 Kilo Echo. Singapore 6556 Heavy is 12 nautical miles to the southwest at 4,000 feet, inbound for landing, requesting runway 2 left. Number 3, cleared to land, runway 2 left, Singapore 6556 Heavy.